So I first started with Crisis and the Cry engine. Probably wasn't the best game development software, but it was really intuitive. It was really interesting how they set it up to where they kind of give you all the tools. Basically, you get what you see. I think your game kind of using the pre-made templates. I did learn HTML and CSS, but that's not necessary for game development. You're better off learning C++. Um, but HTML, CSS, that's mostly for web development, like building websites, and in some cases for building apps. For Unreal Engine, my recommendation is to first look at what type of game you want to make, what type of game you like to play, what type of games kind of inspire you to be creative, bringing those three together, because it's not always the same thing. The games I like to make are not always the same as the games I like to play. Like, I like playing Call of Duty and racing games, but I love making photorealistic architectural type of assets and 3D models, but those types of models exist in most of the games that I play. Call of Duty has photorealistic buildings. Different car games have photorealistic exterior buildings. And some simulation games have photorealistic interiors. So seeing the games that I like to play, plus the fact that I'm really big into architectural visualization, I kind of bridge that gap, and I focus on creating experiences that are photoreal, mostly in the realm of simulation. So with that, I took the approach of learning architecture, or at least learning how to do visual aesthetic in something like SketchUp with V-Ray, or in today's case, Unreal Engine. You can pick up Unreal Engine today and in less than 2 months kind of be in a position to where you're developing video games. The level of entry is decreasing, and the method of game development is kind of changing to where a lot of the tools that were once used in the past to create all these custom features now can be replicated, typically by downloading pre-made code, pre-made blueprints, pre-made assets, and then you can take those assets and reverse engineer them. So if you were wanting to design a racing game, well, it's a little harder to get into like simulation for racing, but let's use that as an example. You can go and download drivable cars for Unreal Engine and Fab's Marketplace and deconstruct the way that plugin or feature was created to then reverse engineer and create your own car mechanics. My recommendation is to not go all in with game development from the perspective of I'm going to go to school and try to get a decent job, unless you're young enough and have the time to be able to like invest into positioning yourself to get some sort of internship. If you don't have a whole lot of time, just jump head first into using Unreal Engine and use your motivation to try to figure out like what it is that you like to create, what you have fun creating so that it doesn't feel like a task or job, and just start creating in your free time. With that being said, almost everything that you can learn is somewhere out there on YouTube and Google and Reddit and in the Unreal Engine forums. And if you know what questions to ask, or if you know how to ask questions well, you can find the answers to most of your questions. I've realized that it's not about having the resources or the network, it's about knowing what questions to ask. And it used to take me a week or a month to go and find the answers to my questions when browsing the internet. Now, today, I can pretty much find the answer to almost anything in less than 30 minutes if I'm willing to sit here and like really look for the answer. So a lot of what you can learn just by knowing how to ask the questions to figure out how to solve your problems with something like Unreal Engine or Unity or whatever you decide to use can be found on Google and YouTube. The big problem is most of the people that put tutorials and answers to those questions out on the internet don't usually tag those answers in a way to say, oh, you're building a racing game. Here's all the answers to your questions on how to build a racing game. You have to figure out how to search, how to create a drivable car in Unreal Engine, how to change the acceleration for a car in Unreal Engine, how to attach character bones to a steering wheel in Unreal Engine. Asking those very specific questions to understand like each part of, how a racing game is made, for example, will help you kind of piece those pieces together. And if you're smart enough, you'll document everything that you are learning if it can't sit in your head, like since you haven't been doing this for years. And that's kind of what I do. I keep a notepad where if I learn something, if I go to Google and I search for different console commands for Unreal Engine, I'm gonna put all of those into a notepad so that I can go back and remember what they are. Since I didn't go to school for Unreal Engine, nobody taught me this, I didn't have a tutor, I just go to random YouTube videos, and 1% of an entire, let's say, answer that I need to a question that I have might be in one video. 10% of that answer might be in a different video. 30% of that might be in another video. So all those little things that are teaching me bits and pieces of how like one whole solution comes together, if I don't document and I'm just senselessly like watching YouTube videos and I think that one person's solution is going to solve my whole problem, I'm missing the whole point. So for you, like, don't learn CSS and HTML, figure out what games you like, what types of things you like to create, because you might like stylized games like Legend of Zelda, and you might like to create animations or materials and textures. Based on all of that information, you want to take what you like and then what you like to create and try to bridge the two. Instead of trying to create a Zelda game because you like playing Zelda games, but you're really good or you're really motivated in learning how PBR textures work, don't try to create a Zelda game. Try to create stylized materials and textures that someone would use in a Zelda game, and then find someone who's making a stylized game and offer to partner with them and say, hey, I'll be your texturing guy. I love creating stylized textures. I'm building a repository of textures, and if you could use someone that textures for video game assets, I would love to help. If you like doing topology or if you like character design, figure that out and then find someone who is doing the thing that you don't really quite want to learn, and work with them. For me, I like learning all of it. I love learning how PBR textures work. I love learning how visual scripting and Unreal Engine works. I love building design and 3D modeling, all of it. So I've taken it upon myself to learn all of these things, and every ounce of free time that I have, I'm on Unreal Engine. I'm in Unreal Engine. Sometimes I'll open up Google Chrome. This is no joke. I'll open up Google Chrome, and the very first thing that I typically do out of habit is I put my fingers on the ASDW keys as if I'm about to navigate the internet in 3D. And I'm just like, what am I doing? I'm so used to opening Unreal Engine every single day that my natural state, like my first hand placement, is on the viewport navigation keys. So use every ounce of time that you have to try to figure out how to reach your next goal in whatever it is that you are excited and motivated about learning. I can't answer what that is for you, but I can at least kind of set you up to know someone's telling you to learn HTML and CSS, they have some trauma. If someone's telling you you need to learn materials and textures, like that's something that they probably struggled with. You don't have to learn anything, but you can pick one thing that motivates you and start there. For me, it's architecture. So I started with SketchUp. This whole project that you see on my screen was built from a SketchUp model. I started this in SketchUp anyways. And what I did was, let's see, we'll go desk cam. I took a tape measure, this one, and let me see where that little ruler is. I had a ruler somewhere. And this. And I walked through the basement of our entire basement, which is, this is my son's room. And I started in this room. And what I did, since I don't have any clients who need architectural visualization, I said, I'm not going to waste time trying to find clients. I'm going to model our basement. The basement here is like an apartment. It has multiple bedrooms, a kitchen, 2 bathrooms, a garage that goes off to a golf course, playroom, game room, living room. So I just started measuring everything. So this was his bedroom, which is where our computers are, because there's more space in his room for both of our computers to be set up. This is him writing his letters in my book. And then I just kept going. Room by room, I measured everything. I measured the height from the floor to the ceiling. I measured the baseboards. I drew a profile of the baseboards from like the side view. I measured the distance of the outlets and, plugs and switches from the floor, from the walls, and wrote that down. I measured the width of the doors, everything, all the trim, the fireplace, and just hundreds of sheets of paper where I measured every inch of this basement. From that came this.
And John Morant went with as he was gonna go for the dunk. Made this one even better. He goes there's the dunk. No, I can't dunk it. Still the wherewithal.
Hand off. Morant, 5 to shoot. Wheels through the lane. Now spins back. Ja hangs. Puts it in. Oh, what a shot by Morant in the clutch to give the Grizzlies the lead. 127 to 125.
I measured the tub, every inch of it. And I drew it from the front, and I drew it kind of from the top. And I took all of this, measured my cabinets, everything, and took it into SketchUp, those measurements, and I built our entire basement. The rest of the house, I haven't gotten up to the second level, which is the main level, which in the front, it goes out to the front driveway, which is, our house kind of sits on a hill. So technically, most of this is underground until you get to the back. And then there's I guess you can technically call it a second level, which is, the basement, the main floor, and then the floor above that. So it's a 3-story house, but I only did the basement. And I am testing out some augmented reality tools where I took my iPad, 2 iPads. One iPad I used and I recorded. I armed the camera for record. A second iPad I set on top of that iPad, and I used that as a virtual camera input for Unreal Engine. And I walked around my house with that virtual camera and captured the camera input. So if I go to scenes, I can arm the camera and then press play, and then this is the recording of audio from the video plus camera footage from the virtual camera. And it all runs in real time. So what you're hearing, aside from the TVs in the scene, is the audio from my iPad added into my sequencer on top of the VCam recording. So let me pause that, undock the camera. Let me go into, Alt S, and then G. Maybe this will show the camera. I think it's set to hidden in game. So if I just stop and then press play on that camera, let's see where it is. G. Oh, okay. So there's where I was walking through and I was holding the iPad. So now this is the data that's taken from me walking through. Since everything is built at 1-to-1 scale, it was very easy for me to bring it in here and then save this information. So you don't really have to learn anything specific to get into game development, but you really have to figure out what those questions are that need answering first, which one of the questions is, what do you like? What is it that inspires you to get into game development? Instead of trying to create some ambitious project, first focus on like something that you could do in game development that would get you out of bed and keep you from going to sleep at night. For me, it's architectural visualization. I will stay on this for 72 hours, and I've done that before. Like where I just stayed on Unreal Engine for damn near 5 days straight until I just absolutely needed sleep. And I hardly slept. And that was to create a metaverse So let me pause this and I'll showcase something that might interest you. And let's see if I can do this all at once. This might take a second for me to bring this up, but I'm going to open up one of my Unreal Engine projects to show my ambitious thing, which is what keeps me motivated. My ultimate goal is to create a fully fledged metaverse, but also a digital twin of my hometown, Memphis. I want to take all of downtown Memphis and bring it into Unreal Engine. And my background is in marketing and graphic design and web development. So I know HTML and CSS, but I also know graphic design, and that's where I started. Making logos for clients for almost 20 years now, and building websites. And most of my clients are locally owned restaurants. In my free time, I like to create architecture. So every house that I move into, I take at least my primary bedroom and I bring that into SketchUp. I measure every wall and I design the baseboard and the doors. All you have to do is measure. Like a piece of board that goes over your door is how thick, how wide, how long. And then you draw rectangles and squares inside of SketchUp. And then you draw curves, basically the same thing you would do in a graphics software. And then you connect those curves and then you extrude like a flat face to make it a thick piece of board or wood, right? Took all those measurements, every place that I moved into of my primary bedroom, and brought them into SketchUp. And I thought to myself, I could do this on a scale that's much larger than just my bedroom. Maybe I can expand this out to an entire floor. So when I moved in with my girlfriend, which my ex-girlfriend at this point, I took our entire apartment and brought it into SketchUp just as a way to test, like, can I do this? From the carpet to the ceiling, everything was included in there, like light fixtures, switches, receptacles, countertops, cabinetry. And I just took a tape measure and measured everything. And I wanted to make it look as realistic as possible. So for me, I look for ways to go from a simple box to having something that's more real world accurate. And if you look at everything, your phone in your hand, your computer, your desk, and you take a telescope or magnifying glass to the corner of something that appears to be 90 degrees, like your phone or your computer screen, you'll realize that it's actually a rounded edge. It's just so small of a rounded edge that you can see it consciously, but subconsciously it looks like it's a sharp corner. The same thing is true with a knife. If you zoom into a knife close enough, it's a rounded edge. So for someone like me who likes architecture and wants to get into architectural visualization with photorealism, I learned that every single corner has some amount of roundedness to it. And I take that approach in creating my SketchUp models and then bringing those SketchUp models into Unreal Engine. So this is going to take a minute to load, but I think it'll be worth it once it's loaded for you to see the scale of the project I'm working on that's actually meant to be a video game. I'm interested in technology. I'm interested in branding. So that's why I work with like local restaurants. I'm also interested in architecture, and I'm interested in gaming. My idea is to bring gaming, architecture, branding, like business branding, and technology into one place. So I'm building a digital twin of downtown Memphis. You can think Grand Theft Auto, like, but without the gunplay. Whereas it's a simulation game and it depicts a real city. And instead of it being some fictitious name that represents a real place, it'll be an actual real place with real businesses. And instead of spending money to get IPs like Lamborghini in my game, I'm kind of flipping the script on video game IPs, and I'm offering naming rights to local businesses where they can pay me $6,000 a year to have their business featured in the game. Sounds like a lot of money, maybe 2 years, $6,000, depending on the size of the business. But, you know, in 1 or 2 years, there's no telling whether that business is still going to be open in that location or not. So the naming rights deal gives me money to be able to go and spend my time making this game. It gives them brand awareness, and then it gives locals and people who are familiar with Memphis or people who want to visit Memphis an opportunity to explore real roads, real streets, real spaces. And the goal is to be able to kind of have this as a second life, like a Sims type of experience with different gameplay mechanics, like driving, swimming, flying, and communicating with like people online. But also set it up to where you can get into VR and meet with your friends at a local restaurant in the game. The future of gaming is always connected to the internet, but always connected to the city. So this being a digital twin of the entire city, all the changes that are going to take place in Memphis will happen in the game before they happen in real life. Whereas when a company buys a piece of land and then they create their BIM models, building information models, in something like Revit or 3ds Max, they can purchase naming rights for their digital real estate in our game and then put their BIM model in our game so that our players can see what building is going to be built on that property before they break ground. So that gives players an opportunity to experience what this new development is going to be. And before that investor spends money on breaking ground, they can get feedback from the community to say, hey, we don't like that, you know, the sun blocks the view at the park. You might need to find out a way to like reconfigure the building design so that there's more natural light, you know, in the courtyard. Or we don't like that you added a stop sign right here and this and that, blah, blah, blah. You know, we would love to see taller ceilings, more natural light through the windows, a green space, etc. So it gives urban developers and planners and real estate developers an opportunity to make more informed decisions, but it gives the locals and tourists an opportunity to be a part of those decisions in this really immersive, innovative way. I'm at 95% loading this large project. So I'll go ahead and share with you quickly what I've built so far. And, you know I've already kind of answered your question, Izuki. But hopefully this showcase might help it strike a different chord, because a lot of people ask something similar but they still have a hard time finding the motivation. And on one hand, what I'm doing can be kind of overwhelming. It's a little over the top. But on the other hand, this will show you that you don't need a crazy background in game development to be able to create something substantial. The most important thing about getting into game development, in my opinion, is moving fast and creating something that the people who have your money can get behind and get excited about. You don't have it yet, but it's your money. Whether it's money that you need for developing your project or money that's going to come from your customers paying to experience your game, whether it's like they pay to play the game, to buy the game, or you give them the game and they pay for certain experiences to enhance or expand the game. If you can move quickly and create visual representations of what you want your game to be, you don't have to make your game. You just need to make something that people can understand, and then you can make it pretty later. I don't know what the exact quote is for that, but it's something like, make it ugly first. Like, just make it exist first, even if it's ugly. Then you can make it pretty later. So for me, what that looks like is I'm making it exist, although it's not optimized for most machines, most computers, most consoles, most devices. What my computer can handle is not what the average consumer has available to them to be able to experience a project of this scale that's not optimized. But even though it's not optimized on my machine, to be able to distribute it as an executable for people to download on their computers, the concept gets across visually enough for someone to say, how much is it going to cost for me to invest into this because I want to be a part of it? Otherwise, the approach that I would have taken would be to try to build up a team, spend all of my own money, spend all of my time, and potentially make something that nobody wants, and take forever to bring something to market because I'm trying to learn HTML and CSS, right? So I'm going to stick with what I know, what I like, and what motivates me, and create something that people can see, present that to the world while I'm creating it. And then many of the answers that I have for how to do things will come from people who are either doing them already or from people who want to see my vision realized. I didn't know how to make doors open or rig my own cars for Unreal Engine. And then I started uploading videos of me driving around my environment with the Unreal Engine vehicles and trying to figure out how to get like doors working. And people just kind of started answering my questions because they saw my project and said, oh my gosh, I want to be as good as you are at development one day, but I'm really good at coding doors. So, you know, it's like, okay, I found people, or people found me, who were really good at doing the little things that I was trying to figure out. But because I put myself out there, I didn't have to spend all this time learning how to code doors to open. That information just kind of came to me from other people's excitement about my project. And now people have reached out to me saying, hey, I do character design and animation. Hey, I do cinematics. Hey, I do texturing. And hey, I do Unreal Engine optimization. Now, once I get this project to a point where I can present it to the right person who says, here's $600,000 to like get started with this, I can then pay those people to contribute and do all the things that I don't want to do. All right, this is going to load Cesium as well as a bunch of my textures and meshes that I've created. I haven't opened this project in a long time, so it's not currently in the memory. So I'll give it a few more minutes to just prepare all these meshes. And there are probably 20,000 meshes in here. With the project that I was working on when you first joined the stream, this interior design project, I'm doing a smaller scale environment so that I can really understand the concept of draw call optimization. You might not be to the point yet where you know what any of this is, but something to consider regardless of what type of machine you have, which I have a very nice machine that can handle probably loading all of Cyberpunk 2077 all at once. Like, I have a lot of VRAM a workstation graphics card. Draw calls is the number of times that the graphics card has to load something into its memory. So one draw call could be loading in a single box, but the box has a texture or a material, and the material has 3 textures, right? You have a color or like an image for the box. You have a normal map, which is how like bumpy or the how the normals respond to light. And then you have maybe like a roughness, which is like how shiny or not shiny the object is. Those 3 textures go into one material, and then that material goes on the box. So that one box has 5 draw calls that have to load into your graphics card. If you design a door and the door has one material with 4 textures, you have the door, 1 material, and 4 textures, that's 5 draw calls. But if you have a door and the door is broken up into 6 parts, the handle, the kick plate, the window, the frame of the door itself, that's 5 objects, and each object might have 1 material with 4 textures. So that's 30 draw calls for one door versus 5 draw calls for one door. So those are the types of things like game development you really have to understand when you're creating a game that you want a lot of people to be able to play. It has to be optimized. For architectural visualization, I don't think too much about optimization because it's all about geometry and aesthetics, and if my machine can handle rendering it all at once or not. My last project that I got hired for was a $30,000 project, which I billed them for 1/3 of that. They paid me $10,000, and they were trying to bid for a development for a locally owned hospital, medical facility. They didn't end up getting the bid, but they invested hundreds of $1,000s on the proposal for the bid because the development would have been in the millions of dollars worth of income for them. So the couple $100,000 they probably spent in creating the proposal was worth trying to win $1 million development. And they hired me to do the architectural visualization and augmented reality experience so that I can bring their BIM model of the design they made for this medical facility into Unreal Engine and put it into context. And as soon as this loads, I'll be able to show you that too, because this was part of that project. I had no prior background to serious game development. I just dabbled in the software, and I have no real background in architecture or architectural visualization. I just was motivated enough to like try it out every day and figure out how it all works. Someone saw that I posted my project on Reddit and asked me if I could create this experience for them. And I said, I've never done this before, but I know how to find the answers to questions that we don't even know we have yet. Therefore, if you give me about 30 days, which it took about 35 days for me to go from nothing to what you're about to see, I can create this for you, but it's not going to be cheap. It could be in the ballpark of $25,000. The guy said, that's a lot, but maybe we can get all 3 of our agencies to chip in, you know, a percentage of that to make it happen. So I sat there every single day and went to YouTube whenever I needed to figure out how to create a digital twin of a city. And since there aren't a lot of people creating digital twins of cities, nor showing how they did it if they do, I couldn't just go to Google and YouTube and search how to make a digital twin of a city. We're still loading. Let me take off my as you can see in the bottom right hand corner. I'm waiting for that to finish. So there are people who have made digital twin cities. Most of them are like Chinese and don't speak English, and they have access to hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of NVIDIA GPU farms and servers. Me, I have one machine that cost me about 30 grand over however many years I've invested into this thing. And I have Google. So I couldn't go to YouTube and search how to build a digital twin. I needed to be more specific and figure out how to bring Google Earth imagery into Unreal Engine, right? How to, bring a building, a BIM model into context on top of that photogrammetry, how to import LiDAR, how to create LiDAR scans to, get a reality scan of an interior. Although I didn't really use those tools, understanding how to ask the right questions positioned me to be able to find workaround solutions to solve my problems that I couldn't seem to find the answers to because not very many people are doing what I want to do. So instead of taking the traditional approach to game development and saying, I want to learn how to texture a war zone for the next Unreal Engine copy or Call of Duty copycat, I want to learn how to make people jump out of buses flying in the air for the next battle royale copycat. I said, I'm going to look into the future and do something that I'm interested in, because most big cities are eventually going to want to have a 3D model of their entire city, whether it be for marketing services, for real estate services, for post-production. If it's raining and you can't film in this particular park, but you have a deadline to film this shot, you can use a studio and bring Unreal Engine into the backdrop of that studio and have a photorealistic version of that scene that you can basically film at any time of the day, and you have total control. We're almost there. I think I have 300 more shaders to prepare, and they're loading pretty fast. You can see the scale of this. It's huge. And remember, I've got OBS streaming as well as like 12 to 20 Google Chrome tabs open and another Unreal Engine project open all at once, which could contribute to how long it took to load this, but I'm not complaining. Once it's loaded, we'll be good. Once it's brought into memory, the next time I boot this project up, it'll load much faster. All right. So this is a 1-to-1 scale replica and a work in progress of downtown Memphis. Let's turn off world terrain. Let's see if and how much this hangs up. So if I turn off the photogrammetry, and then let's do ROH new and static mesh buildings. We'll turn those off and back on. And then let me hide a few things. All right, so there you have it. This is Bash Pro Shop at the Pyramid. I built this building in SketchUp. It's a work in progress. You can see the scale of my people in comparison. Rather large building. I've got a lot of other buildings that are a work in progress, and I use the photogrammetry as my template to outline the silhouette and shape of the buildings. I started this project where my condo was, which is here, and it was above a restaurant. This was my condo here, that top floor. Let's see, we have a couple more things that are not turned on, so let me figure out what that is. Static meshes. Maybe it's static meshes. There we go. And then the first restaurant that I approached, and it looks like we're missing a material. Oh, it's loading. Was Arcade Restaurant. Hey, look, I'm wearing my Arcade Restaurant shirt as we speak, actually. So Arcade Restaurant was the first restaurant, and I'm friends with and know the owners of these restaurants because I did a lot of their marketing and I was an advocate for South Main. So without any measurements, I just took Google imagery and Google Earth View and tried to figure out how to create an accurate design that very accurately represented what the restaurant looks like, from materials, everything. So if you go to Google Maps and look at Arcade Restaurant, which I'll just go ahead and do real quick. We're going to open a few of these pages. One, I'll do FedEx Forum. The other, I'll do Arcade. And another, I'll do, let's do Bass Pro Shops. Memphis. All right, so there's Bass Pro. Let's see, what are we searching for here? Arcade Restaurant, Memphis. Okay. We'll go Street View. And FedEx Forum. Oh boy, y'all are gonna love this. So I took the Street View or the 3D Google Earth View, and I brought this into Unreal Engine. There's a lot that I have to do to it, but this was or is my reference. And then I brought it down to Street View, which is only a series of photos from the Google car. And I recreated this. So you've got Arcade Restaurant and Memphis Escape Rooms, and then my condo was there. So keep these images in mind. And then of course, Bass Pro Shop, which work in progress, all three. All right, so here's Arcade. And I try to keep it as accurate as possible. So let's see what our field of view needs to be here. All right, pretty legit. And then you have Memphis Escape Rooms. So slightly, a little bit off in some of the scale, but I didn't have much to work with. And this was enough for people to see when I uploaded this to Google, to Instagram, to Instagram, to YouTube, to Reddit, for people to see and say, oh my gosh, like I've been there before. or wow, that's extremely accurate. If I go to, let's do Bass Pro Shop one more time. All right, so as accurate scale as I can get it without actually having any plans or measurements. Still a lot to work on. But my favorite is the FedEx Forum. So I'll close this and let's go over to the forum. Let me set this to hidden in game. And then game mode. All of this is custom created, some of which was created in SketchUp. The logos I brought from Affinity Designer as vectors, and I extruded them in SketchUp and then brought them into Unreal Engine. Let me turn off the cesium for a second. It's supposed to give the illusion of an image that's seamless, connected. Let me go back and change my field of view. Lots to finish, but making a lot of progress. Have real neon signage. Emphasis on details. Most of these aren't just facades. You can actually get inside of these buildings. And you can find a lot of this work in my live streams on YouTube, where I live stream the making of most of this stuff, start to finish. So Rock and Soul Museum. I'll let this image update itself. All the way down to these little details. I forget where to adjust my near view plane. all of this was just taken from Google imagery. Like, I'm sitting in my room and I went to Google Maps and Google Earth and just looked at it, and then brought in the 3D tiles from Google Earth to then use Unreal Engine's built-in modeling tools to create the geometry for this. So if I hit play, might take a second. Let me let these shaders prepare. Something with my camera clipping. This is a whole different part of the map. So there's a lot to see there. Plenty of things I need to fix and change. But there you have it. There's my work in progress of the FedEx Forum, Bass Pro Shop. These are considered like the hero buildings of a demo that I'm planning on releasing. Arcade restaurant, Memphis escape rooms, and I love creating like all of this is geometry, no decals. This is all geometry, as if you applied a real sticker to the windows, because I wanted that photorealism when previewing the scene. So instead of faking it, I make it look as real as possible, and then I showcase this, and people say, whoa, and they say, how can I be a part of that? Or I can't wait for that to come out. I want to play that game. And the approval from, everyone who is interested, therefore makes investors and potential investors and people who want to purchase their naming rights more excited, more motivated to actually, invest in the project. But these are real locations. You can go to Google and search downtown Memphis, and you can find all of these buildings. One interesting fact is I didn't know how to curve text over a wall, but I figured out how to use Unreal Engine's modeling tools to create all of this from scratch. Brought the text in from Affinity Designer. You can use Photoshop, Illustrator, whatever to create 2D text, bring it into SketchUp, extrude it, make it 3D, bring it from SketchUp into Unreal Engine, and manipulate it however you want. And the biggest challenge I had was creating roads. All these roads are completely custom, and my little sidewalk meshes are built from splines, and then all the decals on the roads are spline based as well. So I manually created all of this because eventually I'll be able to hire a team to come in here and maybe make some sort of procedural content generation in Houdini to extract this information from publicly available data that you would normally use in GIS software, to then translate that into meshes and intersections and whatnot for the game. So yeah, cool project. Lots more to add with the photogrammetry. It looks amazing. But, I don't know what I don't know. And there's a lot that I don't know about game development. But what I do know is, what downtown Memphis looks like, what a building is shaped like. I can Google how tall an exterior door is and the average size of a staircase. And those, like, understanding what to search for is what helps me create these assets the way that I do, where most game developers would just download a set of stairs, throw them in their model, and say, something doesn't look right. I don't understand why this isn't working, because they didn't do the research to understand that, an exterior door is usually not the same width or height as an interior door, and most staircases have a set minimum scale. Most handrails have a minimum height requirement for accessibility, for example. So those things that I look up on Google can help me determine how to build my models so that everything looks as photorealistic as possible. Plenty of more projects that you can look at on YouTube. I'm not going to go through opening all of them right now. But what I was working on today was adding my closets. And these are not actually accurate to what closets are actually in this house. But I wanted something that was more unique. It is accurate where there's a top shelf, but these bottom shelves actually don't exist. And I wanted to have something a little more interesting in the design. So I brought this into the model so that each of my closet doors or each of my closets can actually be populated with something. And then I might go so far as to put real clothes and stuff in them. But for real-time visualization, I think this looks great. Let's see. I do want to, and the other thing I played with was lighting. So reflections and materials all look pretty good for a real-time project. Let's see, lighting. Have all my lights separated so I can turn off my interior light sources and just have daytime light. When lighting a scene for architectural visualization, the first thing that you typically want to do is set your scene to be lighting only. And that way, the majority of what you'll see, aside from like transparent objects, will remove the texture so that you can get a feel for what the lighting looks like without fixtures. And one of the biggest part of like game design is lighting, how your lights are set up. For architectural visualization, that's a really important one because better lighting means faster render times, or more well lit and optimally lit spaces creates faster renderings and less noise in your renderings. But also for realism, if you have a good light setup, it'll be a lot easier to then add on top of your scene and adjust other assets that either have emissive properties or might affect the lighting and shadows. So I set my scene to be lighting only before I touch any textures and materials and assets. I don't have couches, like anything in here at all when I start working on my lighting. And it's just geometry of the structure of the building, the doors, as well as maybe like cabinetry. And then once I get my skylight set up the way that I like and my exposure values kind of optimal to where the transition from inside to outside looks a little bit more natural. Like it's not too bright here. I like this brightness. Then when you go inside, it's not too dark, but it's also not extremely bright like most architectural projects are. They're super whitewashed and bright and pretty and perfect. I like more realistic lighting. So when I go into that living space in the other room and I have all the lights off, this is something close to what you can expect to see when the lights are off at like this time of day where the sun is kind of low and the sun is setting. If I bring the sun up, let's go ahead and do that real quick. So we'll go light, sky, ultra dynamic, and let's copy the value for the time of day. Let's make it a little more like kind of midday. This is pretty much what you can expect in terms of like interior light and the global illumination of the light when there are no light sources on. Although I do need to make an adjustment for exposure during the day, but this scene is specifically meant to be set to where the sun is setting. So an exposure adjustment would be good. But midday, bright light, sun, this is what I want the interior to look like without materials and textures. And then I can go in and let's change that back. As you can see, it gives a different hue and saturation to the walls and how the light bounces, because the yellowing of the sun kind of creates a yellow feel in the room from the light bouncing off the paint. Then I can go in here and bring in my, let's say, ceiling fan, which I have set as a blueprint to where I can turn other fans off and have them not spin or spin faster or slower. And that gives me a little more light in the bedroom. If I turn the skylight off, this is what that looks like from the outside. Which is kind of accurate. Normally in the neighborhood, you'll see other lights on in buildings. You'll see exterior lights on, little orange lights all around. But fairly accurate. It's not totally white. It's a little bit off white. Then I'll bring in additional light sources, which for this I need to create a sconce for that wall. And if I turn those two off and turn on my interior lights, this is the quality of the lighting without the sun, which I think is also pretty accurate. It gets kind of dark over in this corner when I have only the kitchen light on. You know, so I'm looking for settings that match, you know, how the room responds to light when I'm actually physically in the space. And I would say this is pretty accurate. So all I have to do is walk over to that room and kind of take a look at it at night. I decided to have some lights off. There's a light in the bedroom that's off, and this little hallway, as well as both of the closets. This is the kids' playroom. This is the guest bedroom. And my son's bedroom. His computer. This is the computer that I'm sitting on right now. And lastly, I'll bring that skylight back in, and then I'll start adding objects and materials. And then I adjust the material for how they respond to reflectiveness of, you know, based on what surface type and their textures. And I'll do that one by one. Use one master material, and all of these materials are instances of the one master. Some materials have tessellation and displacement, as you can kind of see here. The sand has some displacement, which you can see on the edge, as well as the carpet. So if I turn off my structure, you can see this a little better. Carpet has a little bit of displacement, but you can get far enough away from this to where your human eyes can recognize this as actual carpet texture. No person in a video game is gonna go down to the carpet and look at it like this, right? So those are the types of things that I look for. Manually placed anything that I want to look more human. So all these little letters. So got my son's name, his sister, my name, his brother, his other sister, and then dad and mom. Pile of Legos. And I used I placed the box in the scene and then added these Legos and did a physics simulation to drop the Legos into place, and then I saved that pile of Legos as an asset. I should be able to click on it, and I wonder if I can move it individually. I mean, I can go and modify the color of each individual Lego. I don't know if I can actually move him anymore. But all of this is geometry as well. I built this in one of my recent streams. So if you ever want to go back and try to find that stream where I made the Lego table, like to see exactly how I modified the geometry to make it look this way. I tried to do everything live. TV is built on a blueprint as well as the Echo show. It's my son. He's in school right now today, actually. The other appliances have an emissive texture so that the numbers appear brighter when in the dark. It took me a long time to find a microwave that actually had a downside, which typically includes a fan right here, but I at least wanted the bottom of the microwave to be accurate. But this is built on a texture that I created a video in Clipchamp and placed the text for the number and the temperature and the day on top on a transparent layer, and then over the course of a certain number of pictures, the time will change from 157 to 158. But it's a video texture, and then this is also a video texture, as well as this. So let's go back. I'll preview the scene one more time. Something's wrong with my collision.
So many times that is just, I'm going to take off the dunk on you. You know what? I'm going to avoid contact. I'm not going to put myself in danger. I can't do this part in my sleep.
Ball to the floor. Jaron picks it up. Jaron, Morant spins and hits again.
My favorite thing about this whole thing is the reflective quality. For a long time, I had a problem figuring out how to get materials set up in a way that reflections looked really good and ray traced. And I'm happy that I've finally figured out, I guess, what I wasn't doing right. But the goal of this project, eventually I'll have some IK to be able to have the character use its hands to grab and pull things and manipulate things. But right now it's just a physics body responding to my pawn's collision capsule. So if I just rub up against objects that have a physics applied to them, a physics restraint, that collision will then cause that asset to start interacting with its physics properties. For example, this crate has one wheel. Technically, it's one wheel duplicated across 4 different spaces, but that one wheel has properties to where it only rotates in 2 directions, or on one plane. But it's also attached to the cart, which can go anywhere if I slide it enough. And then I can change the mass of the object to make it harder or easier to slide, as well as the friction of the wheels. And that's what I did with the doors. I changed the friction of the doors so that, or the mass of the doors, to make it appear as though they are much harder to open, because like by default the mass is set to like a 100. I think I set the doors to 2500. Let me make sure this has no collision. Doesn't. I don't know what this was colliding with. By default, each object has 100 kilograms of mass. So let's close these doors. And then I have a blueprint that controls the garage. So I need to go back. I still don't have it to where I can pull a door open yet. And that's what's next on the list. Gotta figure out what this is colliding with. It's colliding with something.
I'm not gonna put myself in danger. I can't do this part in my sleep.
But the physics body makes that door look so much more realistic. Instead of doing an animation where the character grabs the door, opens it, walks through a room, and then closes it back behind him, I wanted something that felt more weighted. If I kept the physics, the door, to have a mass of 100, the door would swing open extremely fast, as though it's like paperweight. So my collision capsule just rubs up against the door, pushes it open on the hinges, and the physics constraint, I set it up to where it determines how far the door can open, and the door will collide with other physics bodies or other bodies in the scene that have a collision. So if something's in front of the door, it won't open. So another way to demonstrate this is to take my structure. Let's see, how do we do this? Structure. And I wonder if I can set it as hidden from game and remove the collision. Let's try it. So we'll go structure, we'll set this to hidden, and we'll set the collision to custom and ignore, and hit play.
They can switch everything, which they did. Morant goes on where, step back, and it goes! Ja Morant wins it for Memphis!
All right, so an example. There's a door behind here,
With a step back jumper.
and I can open it just by,
Off the bounce. 360 spin.
it'll slam against this door, but if I open this door, it'll close that one.
Poetry in motion is what they call it. He is so creative with the basketball. so many times that is I'm going to take off the dunk on you. Well, know what? I'm going to avoid contact. I'm not going to put myself in danger. I can't do this, man, in my sleep.
There's another door here in this bathroom.
Jaren, Morant.
And if you're not careful and you go to open that door while the bathroom door is open, you'll smash your fingers between the two. And that's why it won't open now, because
made this one even better. It goes as there's the dunk. No, I can't.
The doorknobs have collisions too. Same thing with this one. I can't really push that one open because this door is opened. Now it just clipped through there like it was nothing. Okay, there's that. So lots to learn. It's all really fun, actually, once you get the hang of it. Let's see, custom, block all dynamic. Why is block all dynamic? What does that mean? I'm considering turning this into multiple types of games to where there's a horror component and the character is trying to escape something but is stuck in this house, and different lights are going on and off, because if I turn the lights off outside, the light is so realistic that you kind of can get that feeling of it being a little bit scary from looking into certain rooms. So especially at night, like the fact that you can't see into this room and it's pitch black, kind of creepy. And you get in there and there's nothing, and let's say you turn around, but now you can no longer see anything and all the lights shut off. Ugh. So aside from doing an architectural visual experience to where you can walk around this house and change the furniture, change the materials of the countertop, and kind of preview different layouts of the space, this gives me an opportunity to provide this scene for things like virtual production, and creating little mini games out of it. As for the lights, I have two settings, and one of the things that I want to figure out today is how to connect the lights to some sort of blueprint that I can switch kitchen lights, for example, on and off. In the meantime, the easiest thing to do is just select the lights and hide them. To get a feel for what each space kind of feels like when the lights are turned off. Excuse me. What I'm going to do though is I'm going to group them. Say let's see if we can put these into an actor. let's grab an actor. I'm gonna name that garage. I'm gonna set it to 0, and then we're gonna duplicate it a few times. All right, cool. This looks so cool when I take the ceiling and walls out and let the bricks just extend upward. It feels like one of those 100-year-old factory warehouses or whatever that got converted into condos, where it's kind of an open floor plan, tall ceilings with exposed AC, and 100-year-old brick that was once covered by asbestos. Every time I do this to just get rid of the limitation of being kind of locked in the bounds of these walls, it really makes me wish that this whole house was brick like this. Like, I love that look and feel. All right, let's set these. Oh, we need a new actor. So Control D and F2 light. So now I'm nesting these lights into an actor. So that I can shut them all off just by turning that actor off. What? Oh, there it is. 2-bedroom. Feel free to ask me any other questions while I'm doing this. think I need to have this as an option. These tall ceilings with like hanging light fixtures would be such a vibe. Such a vibe. But then again, like, I think we also would have to have as open a space as this too. But it looks so cool, kind of having that open plan look to where you can just see everything. All right, now I've got to set all these lights back, and I don't know if I can do that all at once. So let's see. Let's search emissive. We'll have to make a blueprint to where I can modify all these at once. But for now, we're just going to set them all to have the same setting. Although they share materials and emissive values because they're built inside of a single blueprint, I individually went into the details panel to modify their state. So I've got to manually undo it before I can connect them all to be controlled by one object or one blueprint. I guess it won't hurt to go ahead and add their emissive value intensity. So I have an emissive texture controlling the look of the light, and then I have a point light with the specular quality set to 0, so that the point light itself cannot be seen in reflections, but the emissive, as well as how that point light affects different materials around the light source, can be seen in reflections. If you don't work on lights in Unreal Engine, you might not understand that. But as a way to keep from having to use channels to control what lights are shown inside of reflections, you set all the light sources to have a specular level of 0, but the actual emissive mesh will have its own specularity, but it'll be in the shape and position of the mesh instead of having some floating ball in your reflections. Because if I go into game view or turn off game view, you can see not only do I have a light source with an emission, but this ball right here can show up in reflections. So the actor, this little ball can show up in my reflections if I don't set the emissive value quality to 0. And some people struggle with that because they don't realize there's an easy solution. Although with megalights, generally should be able to, in the near future, not have that point light and let your mesh, the emissive textures, control how much light fills the scene. That's eventually what we would like to go for, is to not ever have to use point lights and fake lights ever again. All right, I think that's maybe everything. Got the hallway, got the laundry room, game room, so I can turn the wall back on. And now every room should be good. Let's see, light sources, light fixtures. Missed one. Missed two. Alright, let's see what this one's set to. We've got point light, 0.03 lumens, and a rectangle light, 1.5. And then the actual light source. Alright, so now I can turn off lights by room. So kitchen, or not turn them off but hide them. Front room. Let's turn off all the fans. And this Mega Lights is amazing. Like, that looks pretty accurate. And when the video plays and it changes kind of the color of the video texture, and it affects the walls, like you're just sitting here watching TV, really nice. See, oh my gosh, that looks so accurate. When I walk into this room at night and the screens are on, that's pretty much what you can expect to see. And I'm working when my son is asleep. He's like, "Dad, the light's in my eye." Let's turn off the garage. Set the door down. Let's say hallway 1. Yeah, when I'm walking through here at night, it's pretty damn dark. So this is pretty accurate. And then if I close this door, you should still be able to see some of it from down here, although not very much. So that's a lumen thing, but you can still kind of see it depending on how my oh, I need to make that light source smaller. The exposure setup. So let's change these attenuation. I'll let this stay like that for now. All right, that's pretty good. Those light bounces are very realistic. And I think once you start to understand how lumen works and understand what the limitations are for something like an interior scene, it'll be easier for you to know how to set the scene up. All right, so last thing is the entry. Bedroom 1 and 2 closet are still on. Bathrooms. All right, cool. So for this scene, one thing that I did is I created a very thick gap from the ceiling. So if I go into this wall here, you can see where the ceiling is. And this is one thick mesh where you would typically have your studs, your 2x4s, your insulation, and your sheetrock. All of that is connected to become one solid mesh. All right, there's no thin walls to depict the thickness of sheetrock. The walls go from basically room to room, and it's all combined into one solid mesh to where the ceiling and the floor is all connected. So if I grab this structure of this building We're going to bring it into the scene. So you can see how this is made. Basically what you have are solid walls and the floors are connected. On top of the floor is like, let's assume this is foundation. The foundation is joined with the walls and the ceilings. In the ceilings, I have a cutout with the black material for where our vents are, so that it appears that there's like nothingness, like attic space up there. And then in some places I have a little hole in the wall for where, you know, this is where the smoke detector is, right? Although that's very much unnecessary. This space underneath the staircase. Let's go to unlit, or let's do maybe lit wireframe. Now, where there are super thin gaps between, let's say, the floor and a wall or something. Let me see if I can actually lift this whole thing up, and if that fixes that lumen problem. Kinda. You can still see like there's a little bit of a light leaking through the floor. And one way to fix that would be to expand how far down the floor goes, or the base of the building. So to fix that issue with the roof, or the light leaking through the ceiling, the cracks of the ceiling, all I had to do was expand the ceiling up to make it really thick so that light couldn't leak through it anymore. Later on, I'm going to bring this up to so that I can complete the second floor. But when these were thin, you know, I can go and convert this. Let's go modeling. We're going to do a convert to a new static mesh, and then I'll do a polygroup edit. I'll take all of this and decompose it, and then let's grab, let's say, let's do this room. Grab these faces, merge them. If it'll let me. Okay, it did. By default, when I made this, it looked a little something like this. So if I go to lit and I go into this room, actually, I must have had it thinner. Let's try that again. Let's bring it down a little more. I don't know how thin, but I had it pretty thin before. It's actually surprising that it's not doing it now. But if you see light leaking through the ceilings in the corners, like here's an example, you can probably not even see that on your screen, but I do see a little leaking up here at the top. It's likely because your skylight is too bright, but also how thin from your ceiling to the top of your roof is, how thin it is allowing for light to kind of flow directly through your mesh, and it's having a hard time keeping that light out depending on how bright your lights are. So one solution to that is to make that thick make that gap as thick as possible. Obviously, if you're doing some realistic architectural modeling, and this is for a construction, like a AEC, architecture, engineering, construction project, and you need to see progress over time and you don't need photorealism, then this might not be a solution. But eventually I'll have a second floor here, and I'll be able to bring that thickness back down to, let's say, like the right underneath the floor height. I'll have walls and another ceiling preventing light from penetrating through here. But if you have a one-story building and you're having an issue with light leaking and your global illumination looks really flickery, it's usually because you have super thin meshes and lights penetrating through the meshes. You know, or you don't have two-sided meshes. If I were to delete this top part, and as you can see, we still have the roof here, I hit accept, chances are there are ways that you can get light. I don't know if you guys can see that on your screen, but the light can leak through your mesh when you have one-sided faces and you don't have the mesh actually closed. So let's undo that. Undo. So you want your mesh to be a solid object. Let's assume solid as in, you know, if you were to cut this open, if you were to cut off a slice of this like it was a cake, then inside of those walls you would see cake, like not emptiness. And that's how objects work in SketchUp and Unreal Engine, where when all the faces are closed, it's considered a solid object, and water can't flow through these cracks or in through the walls, because there's the nothingness in the walls is actually somethingness, if that makes sense. All right, so that's the best example I have. If you were to cut this like a cake, the inside of those walls would be solid, like blocks. And that's how meshes work. The only way to open up a block is to have it cut a hole out like this, but there's still thickness to those walls. All right, so there's like a top side and a bottom side, and a front side and a back side to each of your walls. And then just walking through, this is what that looks like. And then what I would normally do is bring over, let's see if I can find a good example. Let's search for this. Let's bring this into the scene. These are all of my trimmings for my doors. So in a nutshell, that's what my trim work looks like. As you can see, it leaves a little bit of a gap. Well, not that gap. A little bit of space in there. So if I were to turn that off. So all my trim is separate. I don't have a collision on the trim. But every door opening has the trim placed right where it's supposed to be, as well as that little trim piece that is in the door frame. the same thing for the windows. So if I were to delete that, you would just have those openings. Then I'll go and add all my doors. So let me just use this door as an example. The door is set on where the pivot is on the hinge, centered to the hinge. So that when I want to use the physics body restraint, I can tie it to that hinge position. And then naturally, every door has just a little bit of a gap. So let's look at both sides and see, center it. Not a huge gap, but enough of a gap for you to know that the doors aren't actually intersecting and can freely swing open. And then the trim doesn't go all the way down to the foundation because there's poured concrete from here to here, and in other rooms it's carpeted. So if you look at the real world, you have foundation of concrete, or on top of the foundation you have poured concrete, or you have laid vinyl or hardwood, and then the trim usually goes on last. So understanding how architecture is done, like if you were to actually do any of this to work for some of these construction companies, you'll know that this is typically how houses are designed. But for architecture in Unreal Engine, I combine the foundation to the walls to the ceiling. I'll throw my trim on a different layer, but I account for the gap. So then the last thing I can bring in is the actual foundation or the flooring. So let's enable our 3D model, 3D snapping helper. And I can very easily just, let's find a room. This is the front room. This is by the fireplace. So we're gonna take this corner, click on it, and then I can use Control Alt to snap that to another corner. So what corner did we click on? Fireplace. I'm gonna snap that to this corner. Control Alt and click. Now if I kind of zoom in there, probably can't really notice from here, but I'll just move this over. And you'll see that this is my poured concrete, which just about goes and move it back into place. There we go. Right at the bottom of my trim. So the concrete sits on top of my foundation so that I can change and modify that as I wish. It's one solid mesh. On top of the concrete, let's turn this off, is then the carpet. So let's search for that. And drag it into the scene. Let's see. Let's just grab the bottom point. And we're gonna throw that. And as you can see, this trim is raised even higher above the concrete to account for the carpet. So let's take, I think it goes straight by the door. Not exactly sure where, but we're gonna put it right here. And that might be right. Yeah. So this trim in this room goes up a little higher than the carpet. Like probably a 32nd of an inch. And then it has about a 32nd, I don't know, of an inch of thickness. You know, I took a little ruler in there and I measured how thick the carpet was. And then for both rooms, it stops basically right at the door. It's probably could be a little longer, I don't know. No, that's it. So then I turn the structure back on. And you have carpet on top of the concrete, on top of the foundation. And each door has 3 hinges, and it's one mesh copied across the whole scene, or 2 meshes, the 2 hinges. So if you look at my hinges, they're attached to my door. So let's go out of 3D view into modeling mode. All right. So if I move this whole door, this door is a blueprint where all the other assets are connected to it. So I'll move this door out and you'll be able to see. Almost every asset shares the same pivot point. Unnecessary detail, but I think that detail really adds to the level of quality in visual. This hinge mesh is the same mesh that's on every other door. It's only one mesh. If I modify this mesh design, it'll modify all the other duplicates of it. And then the same thing is true with these as well. This is one mesh that's instanced across the scene instead of having 3 and then having them all be individual per door. And all those meshes are parented to the door in the blueprint so that when I open the door, those other meshes will turn with it. To prevent it from spinning all the way around, physics constraint. So this is laid out to where, let's go back to that door that's under the staircase. So let's see, utility closet, F. This is the door to the utility closet. As you can see, when we bring all these pieces in, their pivot is right in the center of the pivot of the hinge. So when I add a physics body, I parent that physics body as well as the physics constraint, as well as each piece, like these 3 hinges, the doorknob, and the other doorknob component are all parented to the body of the base of the door, as in they're nested underneath that mesh. And then their physical space in the world is based on where that door is placed. So if the pivot of my door is set at 0, 0, 0 to be this hinge point, then any other asset I bring, when I zero them out, if parented to this door, they will zero out to that pivot point of the base of my door. I don't know if that makes sense. So where the axis is of my door is considered the 0 point. And then each object attached to the door considers the axis location of the door to be its 0. Right? Instead of being world aligned and world oriented, is oriented to the pivot of the door. That way I can manipulate the entire door, and then all the meshes attached to it will follow. But when I connect a physics constraint, let's look at that in the world. The physics constraint basically has an arrow pointing forward. So instead of kind of looking at the door as it should only rotate, from this way that it's facing 180 degrees, and then it should hit this wall, you have to look at how this arrow is going to be constrained. So instead of trying to constrain the door, you're constraining this red arrow. And then from the bounds of this little circle, that arrow should only be able to rotate until it hits this point. So if my physics body from my pawn pushes this door open, it's not really pushing the door, it's pushing this arrow. So while I'm walking in the direction to open this door, the arrow is responding to the swinging of the door, and it'll stop at this line, at this constraint. So I set the angle of the constraint, which in here you would assume that this is 180, because if the arrow's facing this way, then it turns to where its back is now facing you. You would think that's a 180 degree turn. But based on the settings of the physics constraint, this is actually a 86.93 angular rotation. Why it calculates it like that, I don't know. But it's essentially less than 90 degrees because in the real world, I don't want the door to open a full 90 degrees because there's a stopper down here that is supposed to prevent the door from opening all the way so that the corner doesn't get scratched or a hole doesn't get put in the wall by the doorknob. If that wall is extended right here. Based on that, just looking at the rotation of this, I can adjust the angular rotation. All right, and that'll tell me this is where I want the physics simulation to start, and I want it to be within the bounds of this red circle. The the swing limit is, I read the wrong number, 87 degrees. So if I set this from 87 to 180, which is what you would think it should be, it actually gives you a damn near, what is this? No, 180. 270 degrees. It'll give you a 270 degree spin to where this door can almost do a 360. But if I set it to 180, it'll give you 270 degrees worth of, I don't know why it calculates like that. But this display of 180, almost 180 degrees is actually set to 87. It's damn near 90, but it's, Unreal Engine, tell us why, because I don't get it. But that took me a while to figure out. So when I look at every other door, when I manually open the doors, the physics constraint changes itself. So if I go back into the scene, like as you can see, if I go here to this hallway door, it's closed in the blueprint. That's its default state. But when I go here, let's double click it, let's set it back. So when I rotate the door, the constraint goes with it. You would think that the constraint would stay, and then me opening the door manually will adjust that arrow in the bounds of the constraint. But when I go to open this door and then I realize that I can't close it with my pawn in the scene, it's because the constraint moved with it. So when I go and close the door, let's set that to be 90. Looks like it needs to be moved a little bit. Yeah, it's not positioned well. Okay, let's bring that back to 90. And then inside of my scene, it's very hard for me to tell exactly where things are located, but I don't remember what I needed to do to update it. But I can go in here, manually move this into place. And then the physics constraint will still work as expected. So if I hit play, open to the extent of my constraint, but it also collide with physics bodies. So if I put a box back there and added a collision to the box, the door would only open as far as it can before it collides with the box. And if the box was a physics asset, the door would push the box out of the way. So those are things to really learn and understand about physics constraints, is where this arrow is pointed gives you the starting point for, in the direction, based on the direction your door needs to turn, you need to set this constraint up to where this red semicircle gives you a starting point based on the location of your arrow. Your arrow should kind of halfway be like right at the edge. The half point of your arrow should be on the right side of the edge of this circle. Otherwise your door might kind of glitch out a little bit. That way when you go to try to push it open, it'll swing as far as this bound is. So to visually be able to understand how the physics constraint works, that is a really important part of setting up physics in your blueprints. For other things like wheels, it's a little more complicated. The cart can basically move in any direction, which has its own physics body, I think. Each wheel can only rotate. So as you see, it rotates freely. So instead of it being red and showing that there's limited rotation, with the arrow showing the start of the rotation and the end of the rotation, a free moving physics body will have a green circle, and then that means that the wheel can rotate freely on that one plane, while the cart itself can basically rotate in any direction. There is no angular lock to the cart, and the wheels can only move forward and backwards, but they are attached to the cart, which is where you can see this blue outline. So the center of mass for this wheel is right in the center of the wheel, and then each wheel is its own object. It's basically one wheel duplicated across 4 parts, and the physics constraint is parented to the wheel so that I can zero it out at the center of where each wheel is, if that makes sense. So let me open this blueprint. Let me grab a wheel and then pull it in the scene. If it's round and is built correctly, all you should have to do is go to edit pivot when you create your wheel, and then center. Like, you can go to modeling tools, modeling mode, edit pivot, which I have as a favorite, and then choose center, and it should center that wheel not only to the axle, but also to the center of the actual width of the wheel, unless you want your rotation to be more on this side. If the wheel can turn, but in this case it can't, so it doesn't really matter, because you can have constraints on how far the wheel can turn if it's a car, right? If it's the front wheel of a car. But setting that to be centered allows me to then bring this wheel into a blueprint. And this isn't even like a rigged vehicle, it's just a physics body. Each wheel, I don't even have to parent it, but each wheel has its own suspension, which limits its ability to move up and down, and a physics constraint. The wheel itself, the physics constraint parents the wheel to, actually I think it's this one. So the suspension constraint parents the wheel to this cart body. I'll do a whole video on this one day to show you how this is set up. That way you can go into the game see if I can rotate it without jumping on it. And as you see, rotates freely, has a little bit of wobble to it.
Poetry in motion is what they call that.
And it looks, it feels and looks real. I can push it faster, I can run faster, I can push it, and then I can go and jump on it. So if you replicated, had 2 players, you could set something up to where you can push a player, right? Or set up a minecart for Minecraft and constrain the wheels to a track or spline or something. But simple physics body to give the player something interesting to interact with And we have one of these in our garage. It has weight, so it'll roll and go down a hill. Do the same thing with a skateboard. So instead of building out a rigged vehicle, and I'm not trying to drive this thing, and having a static mesh be brought in the scene just kind of sitting there, my goal is to like make all this stuff interactable. This has collisions set up to where I can drop. I did have golf balls in this thing, but the golf balls were so small they would kind of pop through the collision. Guess I need to set up collisions for this too, huh? I had a skateboard up there, but I put it over here. Skateboard is set up the same way. So trucks, grip tape, and board are all one mesh. And then I brought the wheels in here. And then I added a physics constraint to the wheels. So if I were to, let's say, copy this and go here and edit, paste here, set the rotation to 90 and simulate. Well, let me unhide this from game. So hidden in game. Even when something's hidden from the game, the collision will still show up. I'm gonna turn off, if I haven't already, motion blur. See if those wheels will look a little better in the project settings. It's a little better. I don't personally think there's anything better than creating these like realistic looking assets and putting them in your scene to give people something fun to interact with. My character can jump on it, but my physics and gravity and mass and all that aren't set up for each object appropriately for it to feel like a genuine skateboarding simulation. Just a reminder, I'm not a game developer. I just make stuff and I look things up on YouTube to figure out how they work. But I do have a Patreon. When I get enough interest expressed, and I guess I'm just gonna start doing it anyways, I will be putting content out here like my live streams, but more intentional on Patreon, where I'm teaching in each individual thing. I just want to finish this project first and teach as I go. This project is going to be available, maybe minus some of the plugins like Ultra Dynamic Sky. I've got to see legally like how I can distribute this. I can distribute an executable where you can view the whole project and kind of play with it, but I will release the Unreal Engine files minus a couple of plugins. I think it's really just the sky, and there's probably one other thing I'll have to take out and replace that with something simple that I can package. And I'll also release the SketchUp project. So if I go here, and this is the result of me taking measurements and bringing the entire scene, all of my measurements, into SketchUp. I did make a lot of changes after bringing this into Unreal Engine, so if you were to download this and try to translate it exactly to what I have in my project, it wouldn't all be totally, it wouldn't all translate exactly like my Unreal Engine project. But for the most part, this is the entire structure, including all the components I created from scratch. So I actually measured and modeled each of these assets. All the doors are slightly different in size because that's how they are in real life. Let's take the, what is this, rooftop? So basically in here I've got baseboards, door trim, and you can see kind of how this project is laid out. Trim is under one group in the outliner. All the doors are in a group in the outliner. And this is what I was talking about axes. If I were to click into the door group, you know, basically everything shares world coordinates until you get into the groups. Ultimately you want to have one world coordinate, and I would suggest setting your world coordinate to be the exterior corner of a wall, which you can do by doing, I set up a shortcut, Control-Shift-A, and I can adjust my axes for the project as a whole. But once I click over into the door group, you'll notice that each door is its own mesh. Control-Shift-H, I set up to hide all the other objects. And the world axes should be shared inside of the group. But once I click into an individual door, that axis should now be updated to be the center of the hinge. And then the door is in a group, each hinge is in its own group, and they are an instance of each other. So I'll set this up as a component in SketchUp. So if I double click into it, you'll see that I will be modifying each hinge in the scene. I'll show an example of what that looks like. Now all of my hinges look like that. All right, so that's how components work, so that when you bring it into Unreal Engine, you only bring in one mesh, not however many, 100 meshes. But each door is slightly different in size and scale, but the doorknobs are also components, which have more nested components. But as you can see, the axes of this, for the most part, is the same as the door. So as you can see, when I'm in my door group, my axis is here. When I click on the hinge, axis is also there. When I click on into the door, axis is there. And when I click into the doorknob, the axis is the same. If I were to draw a rectangle in here and then triple click and group it, if I were to click into that rectangle, you see now my axis has changed. Axis here, double click into that box. Axes is now there. I could do Control Shift H to unhide everything, and then Control Shift A, which is what I set up to now adjust my axes. And I can draw, since I have a line kind of hidden in there, on top of that line to set the new axes for this box. Alternatively, another way to do that is when you're inside of that door group, you can grab I already have that line in there as a reference, which doesn't get ported over into Unreal because you can't export lines into Unreal Engine. I can draw a line here on the red axis and escape, draw another line on the green axis, and now you see I have that axis there, or that reference. So if I click into the box, and let's say my axis was here, I can escape. I can go and grab these two lines, Control X, double click into my box group, and I've had a shortcut, Control Shift V, to paste in place. Now I can use that as a reference to update my axis location, and then delete those lines. So now if I were to only export this box and bring it into Unreal Engine, all I have to do is copy the location. Let's say we were on, what door was that? This was the hallway door. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to cut that box, escape, escape, escape. I'm going to open up a new SketchUp project. Architectural. I'm going to select everything in the scene, delete it, Control Shift V to paste. And then if I click into that, you can see that my axis is exactly where I had it because it was a group. Escape. And I can go and name this group inside of my outliner to be, let's see, door_box. We're going to go File, Save As, Purge Unused. So this is going to delete all the materials that I'm not using. And we'll just put this on the desktop and save it as door_box. And then I'll use the DataSmith plugin to export a DataSmith file. I'm going to go New Folder, door_box. In that folder, it's going to save as door_box uDataSmith. Save that. Don't need to save any of that. Let's go back to my main view, and inside of the editor, click on this plus add to project button, add a DataSmith file. You got to download the DataSmith plugin. Just Google DataSmith Unreal Engine and DataSmith SketchUp or Rhino, 3ds Max, whatever you're using. Blender doesn't have one. I'll go to File, Import, and then from the desktop, I'm going to find door_box, click on that uDataSmith file, and then inside of my import dialog, I'm going to look for imported assets that I created. I created that folder in other, and then we're going to create a new folder. It might create one for me. Let me see if it does that. I'm going to create a new folder in other. Let me just press OK. And then I want geometry, but no materials and textures, lights, cameras, animations. Just geometry. I'm going to hit import. All right, it's going to import this at 0. What did I change? Transform. I didn't change any light transforms. Let's delete all of this. I must have been in gameplay Okay. So by default, it imports it at its 0 coordinates based on where it is in the world of SketchUp. So my 0 is actually here, but the box was over here. So if I put that on the axes, it would import there inside of Unreal Engine. So relative to your 0, so if I press G, as you can see, this is the world origin. 0, 0, 0 is right here. So the box naturally shows up there. But if I click on the box, you'll see that its gizmo is where I put the axis inside of SketchUp. So based on the axes of that door that it was attached to, if I go here and let's take a details panel and I double click on the door, well, I don't think I can exactly take its coordinates, but I probably can try. I don't know. Let's see if I can take the coordinates. All right, let me go back, and now I just shift right clicked the location. Let me see if this works when it's nested inside of a blueprint. I'm gonna grab this and let's see, box. This might not work since this is nested, but we're gonna find out. So I guess what I would have to do instead is browse for this in the content browser, open up my blueprint, drag the box into the blueprint, all right, figure out what the rotation and placement of the door is, since that's the object that I used as a reference. Its rotation is 180 degrees, 90 degrees, so I can shift, right click, rotation, click on the box, and then shift left click, and it'll adjust the rotation to match the door, the orientation. And then click on the door again, shift right click its location, and then click on the box, shift left click, and it'll paste it almost exactly where it's supposed to be. I think it's because something in here is rotated. And the door, this probably needs to be tied to the door. So another way I can do this is attach this to the door and then set its location to 0. If I were to go into SketchUp and let's click into it, let's say I made it taller, and then let's do a control push, and then pushed it down like this. I can save this, save the Datasmith file, and then go back to the object in the content browser, and then right click on the object and do a re-import. That's why it was, it's rotated upside down. go ahead and delete it from the world. And as you can see, it pasted itself in place. It's inside of my blueprint though. So again, back to SketchUp, let's do something a little more funky. Click into the into the group, and let's just make something weird. Let's do a circle here. Let's delete that one. Make sure this is all one circle. We're gonna grab another circle and put it on this wall. I'm gonna move it out here. And then we're gonna use this line to do a follow me too. So I'm gonna click on this line, tools, follow me, click on the circle. And now I have a little weird circle, okay? I'm gonna make that an emissive light or something. I don't know. I don't fucking know. All right, save, Datasmith, export, overwrite, and go into my details panel. So right click on the asset and re-import. Great. Let me just grab, save this object, search for in the blueprint the static mesh that has an LED, an emissive. We're going to search for that emissive. Click on, double click on this, and browse for it, or double click it to open up the static mesh. And then we're going to place that emissive texture on the object. Save it. Automatically updates the blueprint. So if I go back to SketchUp again, and let's just do some more weird stuff. And then inside of this group, I'm actually going to group all of this and then group this one. Let's see what kind of a difference it makes. I'm going to take this. Group that, click out, explode. Now we have 3 different meshes. Let's see what changes. Save. Replace. And this time, instead of re-importing the mesh, I'll go back into its parenting folder, which it did create a folder for me under other, and then you'll see that there's a Datasmith scene. I'm going to right click the Datasmith scene, and then we're going to re-import the entire scene. So let's go back to main view. I'm going to right click, re-import scene, geometry. Let's see what happens. And it brings in 4 pieces or a few pieces of additional geometry now here. So in my blueprint editor, search for this asset, which is going to be inside of door hallway base, group 127. And it's set to 000. Let's right click the rotation. And I can delete that now. Make sure that we have our door hallway highlighted. Let's grab these new meshes, put them under door hallway, and then click all three and then zero out their location and shift left click for rotation. Looks like my rotation's wrong. Easy fix though. Or so you would think. What I forgot to do is check the axes of all of these. All right, so I double click into my group. And then recreate my axes. Remember, blue is always up, red is always forward. So now I can double click in each individual group and Control Shift A, which is a shortcut that I have set up to now modify those axes. And whatever this process is in Blender and 3ds Max, you want to do the same thing. You want your axes to be set up properly. Let's save. Re-export. Minimize. And then we're going to right click all these assets and re-import them. And then as you can see, their location got updated. I think all of them should be set to 0. And then let me fix it. One of them is not acting right. Let's figure out why. Okay, they're all set. So had I placed this appropriately the first time, this wouldn't have been an issue, but there you go. And then that translates over into my scene, like so. In the exact same place. So ultimately what I'm saying, this is a roundabout way of saying, like, it's very easy to go between programs and kind of update things, but when you have a solid foundation of understanding of how Unreal Engine communicates with other programs and the translation between file types, it's like a language. You understand that you know, uno means one, and I was going to say a different word, but we're going to refrain. Each word shares a meaning, but you got, you know, there are 3 different words for the same word in each program. There are 3 different ways to get the same result, but Unreal Engine's axes shares the axes of other programs. Some programs might say that green is up instead of blue, but I've mostly found that blue is up 90% of the time. That being said, when you start bringing assets over and you're working on an entire scene, you can understand how to adjust your axes for each object to make it easier to place those items in the scene, and then take advantage of something like SketchUp's intuitive modeling tools for making precise measurements. You can't go into Unreal Engine and say, you know, I'm going to duplicate this mesh, this face over on the green axis, and we're going to move it over, you know, 2 inches. And then, you know, press X4 to duplicate that 4 times, right? And we're going to take those and rotate them. So Q on the red axis, and we're going to rotate them and press Control to duplicate them. And we're going to rotate it, let's say 28 degrees, and then X3. You know, whatever. I'm just making some weird stuff, right? These gray faces are faces that you cannot see in Unreal Engine. It's the backside of materials. In order to fix that, all you have to do is extrude. So I'm going to extrude this out 3/16, double click to do the same thing for these. And let's say these. So regardless of what program you're using, the backside of normals are rendered transparent unless the material supports 2-sided shading. So I can then save this, export, and then whatever mesh this is, I can re-import it. So you're going to see this get updated. So let's look at it from this side first. All right, remember the ones on the bottom had some thickness and the ones in the middle had thickness, but these didn't. This gray side here, which normally I would set to red, so I can go down to edit, material. Let me see if I can expand this a little bit. And I would set the material. Wait, where are we? Home, edit. Oh, styles, not materials. We'll go to styles, edit, and back color. Usually I would set that to red. That way you can see what's the backside of a normal and fix any problems. In Unreal Engine, you can't see the backside of normals. So it's the equivalent of old video games where you accidentally clip through a wall and then you can all of a sudden see the sky and everything. So that's why I give my assets a little bit of thickness. But anyway, I hope that's like enough information for anybody that's watching who wants to get into game development to start to understand how this program works and how easy it is to bring items into a scene and build a scene or an environment. I'm gonna go ahead and delete these from my blueprint and then delete them from the scene altogether. Then delete the 2 folders. I like to keep my project as clean as possible. And then we're going to go and save everything. Another tip for anybody that has multiple monitors. I use Windows Power Toys. Windows Power Toys extension to enable custom docking. And I have 4 details panels that I dock, as well as 1 content browser. You can dock between custom docking windows. And for Unreal Engine, these child windows, you have to enable an option in the settings for Windows Power Toys to enable docking of child windows, because Unreal Engine by default you can't dock windows that are meant to be inside of a program which has a main window. And my layout is outliner, details panel 1, 2, content browser, and then details panels 3 and 4. In details panel 1, I also have world partition and world settings, where I can change my gameplay mode, player, controller, pawn, default pawn. My second details panel, I have all my augmented and virtual reality stuff, so live link, take recorder, take browser, and usually I'll also have, let's see, data, scenes, scene, level sequencer docked in here as well. And this controls my virtual camera. In my content browser window, I also have project settings, fab, editor preferences, and then plugins. But the main window is the content browser. Then I keep my favorites there. And that's it. Typically, the reason that I do this, though, hold on, I'm sorry. I don't know why I went to single view. So again, outliner, details 1, world partition and world settings. Details 2, live link, take recorder, sequencer, takes browser, content browser, project settings, fab, editor preferences, plugins, and then details panel 3, details panel 4. And this is on my second monitor, which is the one in the middle. My monitor on the left, I have my main view. The only other panel that I usually have docked occasionally is Cesium over off to the side, place actors, and then if I go into modeling mode, these are my favorites. So you can see there I have, turn this music down. Union, polygroup edit, transform, edit pivot, convert, duplicate, boolean, edit materials, project UVs, split, bake transform, remesh, dynamic sculpt, box, transform UVs, merge, and lattice. These will show up in the order of which you added them to your favorites, and I don't think you can reorganize them once you've added them, unless you just remove and then re-add. So I will be working on a fully fledged course to get you from newbie to real-time interior visualization, understanding how to start from scratch, and how to end up with something like this. The reason that I have these details panels, multiple details panels set up this way, is because I can easily, let's say I want to manipulate multiple assets, the details of multiple assets, or use one as a reference for copying information. I can grab, let's go to lighting and sky and ultra dynamic sky. I can lock this here. And then let's say I want to modify our post-processing volume. I can lock that here and then still be able to go throughout my scene clicking on objects. And you know, let's say my details panel for this object, I don't have to lock it, but I can lock my second details panel and then type in that details panel something like hidden in game. That way, you know, and I can scale that down a little bit. You can only have 4 details panels open at a time, but if I'm constantly hiding and unhiding things in game or manipulating one option, I can now go through my scene and, you know, let's say I click on this chair. Let me unlock this. Whatever I click on now, automatically I have, you know, hidden in game rendered or showing up at the top based on my search in this details panel. But in the primary details panel, it's just going to show me everything. Right, so I am in game view. So let's click on these 2 chairs. I can easily just click this to hide them from the game. You know, click random objects, hide that from the game. Unhide it. The alternative to that would be to right click on the actor hidden in game and then set that to favorites. So when you go into your details panel, you should be able to click on an object and you have this little star at the top where you can toggle your favorites on and off. So for me, my favorites are actor hidden in game and is spatially loaded. But if I don't want to add some setting to favorites, but I need to access it frequently, I can type the name of that feature or option here in the search bar of my second details panel and basically keep it there for the duration in which I need to make that modification. One of those examples being, let's say I only want to deal with collision. So we're looking for collision preset. Or let me think of a different one that is more useful. Physics. Okay, simulate. I can just type in simulate physics. And I know you can barely see that. Now, although it's not my set to favorites, any mesh that I click on in the scene, I'll have that option show up here. Obviously, for simulate physics, you need a simple collision, but I can now click on that. Let me see if I can search that with mass. So let me just search physics. And now I have all my physics settings popping up at the top without me having to scroll to get to them for any mesh that I click on. All right, some useful tools for productivity. This helps me just move quickly through the scene and make changes as I need. I think that's it for today. I am going to start working on my course, so anything that you guys want to learn, please let me know, and I'll make a short video, a whole live stream, or something dedicated to helping you out specifically for your projects.